even move more. So I think, especially with this beautiful pre-market volume, 15 million, we can just put it on our long list. Also be careful because this is a lower price stock. So AUR can go to our long list. In Nari Medical, 21% after Stryker announced plans to buy the medical device maker, for roughly $4.9 billion or $80 per share in cash. Stryker shares, of course, slipped 2%. Usually the stock or the company stock, which is buying the other company, it's going down. And of course, the stock of Nari is just going higher. Also, as I hear from the news or as I read from the news, it's quite of a done deal. So it's not unfortunately, it's not a rumor. I like to buy the rumor, sell the news. But unfortunately, as you can see on the daily chart as well, it's a quiet done deal. As I see, it's just made, the decision was made even after market hours or close to the market closing bell. And I assume that Nari, it's not going to move anymore today. But maybe I'm not right. I'm just going to put it on the secondary list. As I've told you, usually I'm not trading the done deals, only the rumors, which we like indeed. Okay, so Nari to the secondary list. Stryker is just going down, so we can just watch it to the short side. However, I don't think so. I traded this stock. It's quite of a pricey stock, but I assume that maybe the volume is going to be problematic. 42,000, not that bad, but the average volume on the daily, it does not convince me. I'm just going to put it to the secondary list. If you like that kind of stock, I'm not going to be on the first one to trade this for sure. Fubo TV, again, on the radar, actually is just up again 2% after 251% higher. And wow, Lionel, are you around? No, he's not here yet because I really hope he just, and I hope Scott, you too, just held over this Fubo, because this was a beautiful call from Scott's 350. I was a bit gun shy, I did not take this trade, but that was a beautiful recovery on the Fubo. So congratulations everyone who just participated in Scott's call in that stock. That was an amazing winner, and seems like this is going to be on our radar for today again. So Fubo TV on the radar. All right, guys, now let's see. There is some more, not too many. Micron Technology, which I just mentioned you that it's on my long list, is just 3.7% higher gains from the prior session, and Micron closed up to 10. The move comes after NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, during a keynote address at CES 2025, said it's sourcing G7 memory from Micron for its new AI-powered graphics processing unit. This is an incredible good news for the MU traders, and I assume there will be a beautiful continuation on that stock. It's on my long list already. And at last but not least, Uber Technologies and ULTA Beauty. ULTA Beauty is just went higher after the yesterday market bell, closing bell, and pre-market, as well as there was an announcement of the retirement of CEO Dave Kimball, who will succeed by Chief Operating Officer Keisha Stillman. So this is the good news. Looks like for the ULTA Beauty. So this can be a quite of a mover for today to the upside. A little bit shy on volume, not my ultimate favorite, and I feel like, guys, I have enough to the long candidates list already, so I'm just going to move it to the secondary list. But Uber definitely looks great, 2% higher after the company announced it's partnering with artificial intelligence chip giant NVIDIA to develop AI-powered autonomous driving technology. Wow, that's a good one, actually. Looks like everyone wants to partner with NVIDIA. Well, I'm not surprised indeed. One of the best company for 2 years now, or 3 years, or actually for more indeed, but the AI boom has definitely got a beautiful move on the NVDA as well. So Uber at the moment, it's higher with or by 2.62%. Nice, very nice pre-market volume. Let's see whether we can just go and break this 70. That would be a good one. So I'm just going to move the Uber to my long list too. And I've seen Roku, by the way, on my list, which just looked like a very strong one, 2.74%. AMD strong, Disney strong, DKNG, SMCI, Oxy, oil stock is strong as well. So these are going to be on my radar too, but I'm not going to move them to my short list. To the short side, actually, as I see, even Scott has only Tesla. Oh yes, I just forgot the Getty and the Shutterstock news, but as I see, Scott just put the stocks on there or on his list. Actually, the two image database were soaring after the companies. I mean, both of them. And now the 3.7 billion merger, Getty rose 45%. It's quite of a lower price stock until the Shutterstock added 24%. So, but these stocks are just included in Scott's list. GETY and SSTK, so they can be on our radar too. Traders, not too many again to the short list, actually. Let me just check the big movers here, which is the weakest. Mara and coin. Oh yes, because after, which I thought that Bitcoin, when it's breaking the 100K, it's going to be easy. It's just going to be like, leaving it there and going to 110 or something like that. At least the strength and the moves was so strong, so impressive that I thought that as the move was really smooth over the 100K, it's going to become as a support. Well, now it is at the moment, as I'm just checking the Bitcoin price, it's acting as a support. Question for how long? So if the Bitcoin is going to find a support and the floor around this 100K, now it's 100,500. So if it goes back or under a little bit 100K, but it finds a support, I'm going to watch a reversal Mara coin. Okay, this is my possible scenario and strategy towards the Bitcoin related stocks, but that's for sure that the Bitcoin and the Mara and the Bitcoin as well is just weak today. Still weak stocks on my list, PLTR, Baba, and again Apple. Apple, it's just starting the they read like just yesterday, so be careful with the Apple, and even Netflix is in a small red. So these are the stocks which I'm going to watch if the market is going to make a turnaround to the red side, or so far again SPY 0.30% to the upside and triple Q 0.20%. So small green to start. I'm happy because it's not such a big pop up, such a big gap up as yesterday. So hopefully we will have more room to go and more room to move for the indices and the stocks. And please don't forget that 10 o'clock is going to be job openings, which is the most important news of the day of today. Tomorrow more, it's coming. All right, traders. So indeed, I'm just going to wish you a beautiful green day with the guys here. Oh, hi, Lionel. I was just mentioning you. Okay. It was a very nice trade green day. Thank you, Fubo. And thank you, Scott. Beautiful. Happy to hear. Hi, Steve. Good morning to you. All right, traders. So here is my list for today. I'm just going to move to the guidance room as usual. And if you need any help with tax-funded accounts, with packages, with platform, with trading, with psychology, anything like that, please just let me know in an email or a private message. I'm more than happy to help you. So have a nice green one, everyone.
Morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to an exciting Tuesday. And if you were with us yesterday on the Monday morning action, man, what a day. Could have made the entire month just yesterday on our Fubo trade. We absolutely nailed that. There was a ton of follow through in the post market yesterday, and even into this morning, Fubo continues to roll. And we've got a brand new day ahead of us, brand new set of stocks. And that's what makes trading so exciting. Each day is different. Each day is focused. And each day we attack these markets with a lot of knowledge and a lot of focus here in the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to everybody here and on our YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us here this morning as we settle in on this Tuesday. And boy, oh boy, let's make this a second day of the week. Let's go for 5 straight green trading days. I'll be with you till about 10:45 this morning. I've got to split a little bit early today. But nonetheless, we'll get that hour and a half, hour and 15 minutes in today, get you prepared for the day first, and then peel off, and so that you can do and take charge of your life to do something else today on this Tuesday. Let's talk about these markets, get you prepared for the day. We'll talk about the global futures, dial you in, and then get some stocks chosen for the day so you can be focused here on what we're doing in the direction that we're heading today. In the overnight session, the Nikkei up 776, up almost 2%. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 241. Shanghai and China up 23. And then if you look at Europe this morning, you got the German DAX up 138 this morning. And the FTSE in the UK up 20 this morning as we start the day. And then this the CAC 40 in Paris up 59 points. You combine that with Asia, and you've got 2 markets up. I'm sorry. You've got 4 markets up, 2 markets down, putting pressure on the U.S. futures to the upside. And that's what we have this morning. Dow futures this morning up 123. S&P futures up 17 3/4, and the Nasdaq futures up 45.5 this morning. So we're going to get off the ground here in the green direction, up this morning in the futures here as we get the day rolling here this morning. Oil is up 40 cents this morning, up almost 0.5% or over 0.5%, 73.96 per barrel. That's on a move higher here. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, I'll tell you what, approaching $2,700 per troy ounce, up $26.40 to $26.73.80 per troy ounce. Silver's up 1.2%. Copper's up, platinum's up, palladium is up as well. Looking like a market that's going to kick tail and take names today to the upside. Meta in the news this morning. Scrapping the fact-checking program brings back political content here. I think that's all about Trump coming into office as they relax that intensity there on the political content on what Meta's moving forward with here. Wall Street also notching another win as the Fed's bat clears the way for gentler banking regulations, and that's all to do with the Republicans taking office here as they start to relax some of the rules that block the streamline of business here. Online, here's another great fact. Online holiday spending rises nearly 9%, right? So the holiday season up almost 10% here to 2024, which is always good. Okay, that's about it. NVDA in the news releasing some more gaming chips. But all that you need to know this morning, futures on high this morning across the globe and here in the U.S. We're going to get out of the weeds here to the upside and start this beautiful Tuesday. Well, welcome to everybody here in the room. Let's say good morning to everybody individually as we do each day as part of our family. Vincent, good morning to you. Lee, good morning. Hey, good morning to you. Leonel, good morning. Steve, good morning. Victor, what do you say? Kev, good morning to you. Yep, absolutely. David Orlando, good morning. Jennifer, good morning. DVG, what do you say? Good morning to you, and good morning, Victor, as we start this beautiful Tuesday here. Talk about some stocks. I've got my stock list already chosen here, published in the room as we do each and every day. Hopefully that's meaningful to you, and you can take a little bit of that and trade on your own account this morning. If I'm helping you, great. If not, let me know. Seth, good morning to you, and great to have you here. The first stock I like this morning, SSTK, to the upside here. So I'm going to paint this one green for everybody. Easy to know here at the 44 Trading Room on what's green and what's going long and what's short red and what's coming down here. So this morning I love SSTK. Not a big volume stock, but definitely this morning we're going to take it over 39. This morning SSTK long over 39. NVDA this morning looking good at the 150. Is it 153.50? Yeah, 153.50. NVDA long this morning, 153.50 this morning. And then last but not least, my third one this morning. I don't know if AUR is going to make it here this morning, but it's got decent volume this morning, and anything over 10 gets a lot of people interested in these stocks. So AUR, and again, yesterday, as you know, many of you that have been with us for a while, I don't trade stocks under $10 very much. Yesterday was an exception. Felt very comfortable taking the Fubo trade with all of the news, and you got some heavy hitters in there with Disney supporting Fubo. So felt really good about it yesterday, and we made a ton of cash on that trade. So let's also take a look at a few stocks here. We'll put them where the NVDA trade is right now. And we're going to go through a couple of these here this morning so you can dial things in. We've got about 4 minutes to the open. But I want you to take a look at a couple of these stocks that I have here listed this morning. And let's go through them looking at the chart patterns that we like for the day here. So let's take a look at Getty this morning, GETY. GETY with some positive news. That stock looks great, over $4 this morning. One that I might want to trade here this morning on Getty. I'm going to set the expectation here, set the alarm at about 391. If it gets that, I'll flip back to it. We'll take that long this morning as another stock. So we'll take this back to the NVDA trade. Also, Tesla in some trouble this morning to the downside. We'll watch this market open up, get ready to roll. DVG has joined us this morning. Some open commentary. DVG, after the great day yesterday, we've got the continuation of the futures this morning to the upside. So we're looking for a green open. Hopefully we stick with it this morning. We don't have that sell-off, and it turns out to be a green, fruitful day. What are your thoughts today? I can't hear you. No sound.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yep, good now. Good now.
All right. Well, good morning, 44 Trade Nation. Good morning, Scott. Good to see y'all. Big day, right? Meta announcing, sounds like Dana White's going to be joining their board. If I'm not mistaken, that's what I heard. And wow, what a huge move for Meta. I'll be keeping an eye on that this morning, noting all-time highs, 638.40. We talked about taking that trade yesterday after seeing a bounce off 605, and fair to say we missed it. That said, I'll be keeping an eye on MSTR this morning, likely to the downside. There's some concerns about really some heavy put and short interest in MSTR given the valuation, etc. So I'll be keeping an eye on that this morning. Maybe even using options just because I'll limit some of my risk there instead of taking on a ton of shares. So I'll be looking at that. Tesla, I'm actually thinking possibly a bounce to the upside. This 404.50 area, really love it to make a decision. So I'd say anything under 402, likely going to break to the downside, test that 400 level. If we break 400, well, say goodbye to Tesla. If not, this could be an opportunity to pick up, 5 to 10 points, target being right around the 416 level for initial maybe short interest or people selling there. There seems to be a pretty big level on that 416 mark. MU, I'll be keeping an eye, as well as NVIDIA. I don't know if you guys watched the CES keynote from Jensen. Some of it kind of boring. You are talking about chips, but what they're doing with the Blackwell chip and things like that, it's pretty impressive. So I'll be keeping an eye on NVIDIA, likely to the upside, probably right out of the gate. So I'll look for a pullback maybe around that 152.38 area. Worth noting, all-time high beforehand was 152.89, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a subtle pullback at the open. But NVIDIA looking great for a topside breakout, printing all-time highs.
Yep, looking good. Okay, DVG, let's buckle in here this morning and let's get these markets underway here. We start the day here in about a minute, less than, and we're ready to rock and roll this morning. Don't forget CVNA, okay?
Are you? That's the one you're looking at, CVNA?
I am not. I just saw that Seth had mentioned it here.
Right on. Here comes MSTR. I will wait for a hop here, maybe around 368 to start the shorts. I'm watching also NVIDIA at this pullback here, this 152.89. That was a previous all-time high. So let's see what it does in this area. I'll be patient.
AUR gets under 950, I could talk about that. Or I'm sorry, under $9. Let's see, AUR. Yeah, something under $9 would be great. Then I'd take it up and through that.
Okay, watching MSTR here for a short. I'm actually going to use the $360 put options. Start this week. We're in. Start with 10. There. Watching Tesla here. Here comes NVIDIA on the pullback. So 152. I'll keep an eye on it. I'm wondering if people are just kind of buy the rumor, sell the news. So let's keep an eye on what that does here. MSTR. I can add some more put options under the low of the day, but it needs to move quickly. If we bounce anywhere to the upside, I will likely trim. Okay, I like NVIDIA here. 152. Let's see what it does. Tesla, big move here. Let's go long Tesla here.
Okay, there's my SSTK trade, 3720 and 3620 on the downside here for protection. Okay, 152 NVDA. I'll be entering this trade with a small share size. NVDA 152 long. So,
I'm waiting on NVIDIA still.
okay, there we go. There's NVIDIA.
I'll join you now.
Watch the SSTK. SSTK, I'm going to revise here to 37. Remember, traders, it's not how many trades that you make in the day, it's how many green trades you're making today. We are long NVIDIA right now, long NVIDIA at 152, target 153 or close to it, with a 151 downside.
MSTR,
on the stock.
keeping an eye on it here, losing a little bit of money here. See if we can get a pullback. If we break underneath this 368 level, I will add my put options. We bounce over 371, I'll be out. I'm going to add the Tesla here. I didn't have time to post, y'all. Apologize for that. I'm watching APP as well, app 11. I'm going to add the Tesla over, let's call it 409. I need to see a breakdown on MSTR ASAP.
Okay, no trade NVIDIA. AUR coming up on the 10. Watch the $10 range right here. Watch the $10 range here. SSTK. Also, all three of these stocks could trigger here. What did CBNA, did that set, did it cave in here? Let's see, CBNA.
151.5. Okay,
Oh,
getting
yeah,
ready
nice.
to add to MSTR. Okay, adding to MSTR. Good options. Now we'll have 20.
Okay, we're going to go 151 now, NVDA.
A big breakdown MSTR. I'd like to see probably about 15 points. So right around that 350 print, should get it. Okay, here comes Tesla. We'll add to Tesla. Here comes a break now on MSTR. We should see a new low of session. Anything under 360, I will take a partial. NVIDIA, it looks like it's buy the rumor, sell the news. So we're going to probably get out of this position here in a moment. I don't mind a little bit of wiggle, the 1 point wiggle to the downside.
151
I do want to see MSTR.
NVDA. Watch it.
Here comes the break, MSTR. Meta pulling back pretty sharply. Q's now, if you guys remember, 5 to 24.5. just kind of that key 50% retracement area on the Qs. So we're tagging that right about now. Let's see what we do. Also watching again, APP app loving. Want to see what it does at this 343 print. Disappoints. We'll happily short that. Tesla rejecting that 410 print. Doesn't give me the warm and fuzzies.
NVDA just free falling, right?
NVIDIA.
We get this AUR under 9, and I'm going to be going long at 9 here. And there we go. Okay, AUR long at 9. I'll repost this here. Looking for a entry here, AUR long at $9. Be an easy trade, hopefully, and add at 10. I'll go full share size to start, and then we'll go from there.
MSTR now should get the break. I'm looking for a break under 360, so I want to see a 350 something print. Tesla now rejecting. I don't like this. I may have to trim. NVIDIA now breaking the 150 mark. That's not good. That is not good. I will probably have to trim this up. I won't give it too much more, guys. Good news, MSTR printing brilliantly. Anything in the 350s, I will start to take a partial. We should get a big break though, like 357 in one candle, just straight drop. So I'm kind of hoping for here. Under the 360 print. Big psychological level. I'll add the Tesla if we get over 408.50 again. All right, I'm going to add the Tesla. This is kind of big risk now. See if we get the big breakdown. MSTR, NVIDIA, still hanging in there. I don't mind it. I knew that we're going to get some sellers this morning, but guys, big move now on Tesla. I'm going to add over 410.
Here's I am long NVIDIA right here. NVDA long at 150.20. I'll add the announcement here. If you want to get in, you can do so now. 150.20. Still time to get in here, and I'm going to add at 151. 150.20 entry, 151 entry. Add, and I am long AUR. So I've got two trades right now: NVDA and AUR.
I'm also going to add here NVIDIA. I need Tesla to launch now. Ideally, go test that 416 print would be amazing. I don't know if we're going to get it, but would be incredible. And if it gets to that 416 print, that's likely where I'll be taking a partial. And look at the Qs. Qs are kind of pulling back just below that 50% retrace we talked about, that 524.5 level. Tesla really getting sloppy now. Same with NVIDIA. A lot of selling happening in NVIDIA.
Yep. Stop loss will be that dotted white line for myself on NVIDIA.
Yeah, I might get taken out here on NVIDIA.
149.20 in NVDA.
All right, I'm about to get out of the way of NVIDIA, y'all. Unfortunately.
Yep. I'm out of the trade with a loss. I'm going to open the day with a losing trade so far in NVIDIA. I am long AUR.
All right, here comes the big breakdown MSTR. We should get it. New session low. Should happen. I think I'm going to be forced to trim Tesla if we get up to this 410 again. Unless we breach the close. I want to see it retest that close. We kind of got close. That could be considered the retest, but I'll watch it. Otherwise, if we start to break down, I'm going to basically get out of this position on Tesla. Okay, good move now on Tesla. Come on, Tesla. Let's see a 412 print and just bulldoze everybody. MSTR, I'm going to trim up here. You still have the Costco swing from yesterday, just kind of sideways. I was using put options with Friday's expiration. Apple gaining a little bit of strength. TSM pulling back sharply. MU, though, looking pretty strong. 104. 104 MU. Interesting. That could be a top, though. Like NVIDIA has to rally for MU to rally here. All right, if I don't see a breakout over the close on Tesla right now, I will trim. Otherwise, I'll let it ride and get to that 416 print, and we'll wait.
You could make a case to go long NVIDIA right here at 150. I don't know, though. The downward move is pretty serious, but it just came over yesterday's close, so maybe we'll get it. I'm going to try it again at 150 here. Okay, I'll be long NVDA at 150. I am long AUR at $9, so I got about 8 cents made on the trade, and we'll see if NVIDIA lets us back in.
If there's a breakout over the close on Tesla, we should see. I'm going to wait till 416 to take my first partial. MSTR trimmed up, so we still have a short position via put options. So my risk is pretty limited, but I did cash in a little bit. So I made like a quick $1,000 on the trade, but we didn't get the break to the downside. So figured, hey, we gotta bank something. Come on, Tesla. Retested that close from yesterday. Let's see at least a 413 to 414 print. Then I can count on the breakout. If we start getting some resistance, I'll trim up here for a partial. Okay, let's see a 413 and a half. Tesla, we should get it. It's only a point and a half away. Here we go. Big trade down, Tesla. NVIDIA, let's hit it full size here. Right here, 149.94.
NVIDIA, 150.
Ali, yes, I am short MSCR, but that's via put options.
I'll move the full share size on NVIDIA at 151. Just going to nibble here at 150.
Seth, it sounds like you went long on CBNA. Yeah, MU did look great over that 104 push. So now we wait on Tesla. I want 416. So realistically, if I get 415, whatever, I'll probably take a partial there. MSTR, I'm going to wait. Let's see what it does. If it gets over 372, I'll dump the rest of these put options. But this could just be a little bit of a reach. NVIDIA, let's add. I'm going to add here. I really think it's got a shot at printing like a 155, 160 by the end of the week. So I want to at least enjoy that journey. But we definitely will take partials today. I don't want to hold a full size position that long. Target here will be, let's call it 152.80-ish on NVIDIA.
Come on, AUR. About 20 cents, 30 cents made on the AUR trade, and NVIDIA here at the 151, we're going to add the full share size. Remember, I got stung the very first trade.
What to do on Tesla? It's getting right there at the pre-market highs and did not push. Meanwhile, Costco is breaking out. So I'm going to probably dump the Costco put options here in a moment. I'll give it a little bit more. Just because that exposure is kind of a given. We know what the worst case scenario is of what we could lose. But 929 was where I wanted to basically be out of that trade because it shows me that got a 1% push. We're there now. So I'll wait for any rejection in this area. If a rejection happens, great. If it doesn't, we'll get rid of it. Here comes the move on Tesla. Let's see if we get a big pop now. MSTR, still keeping an eye on it. It's right at this 200 EMA. I like APP right here. I wanted it around 340. I'll put some up there, 340. I don't know if I'll get it though.
Come on. AUR looking great. Again, I'm going to really go for it again here over 10. And hopefully have the same result as yesterday. This will take care of a lot of it.
All right, guys, I'm going to take a small partial here on Tesla in just a moment. I might have missed the APP short. I really like, oh no, don't do that. 5 points if I would have got filled on APP. MU now ripping. Missed on that one. Hopefully some of you guys took that at 104. Looked great. That was a beautiful trade setup, but I was already in NVIDIA, so yeah, MU, great trade. APP, I'm tempted still to short here. Very tempted. Might just do a market order. I'll try to be patient. I have it out there, but I might have missed that short, guys. Let's do it here. Let's start it at 3. Jeez, what did I go in here? MU taking off now. NVIDIA somewhat muted. MSTR still in it. Don't mind. Again, these are with options. This is kind of the nice thing about options is you kind of get an opportunity to, yeah, you know, they're expensive, etc. But your risk is kind of fixed. You know, whereas if I took, let's say, 1,000 shares, you're risking 360 grand, and it can move $3-4 at a time. If you get that stock wrong, you're in trouble. So whereas with options, you're getting a spread for sure, but you can kind of control the sizing of those contracts. If you want 10, it's equivalent like 1,000 shares or so. If you want 3, it's 300 shares, kind of equivalent-ish, right, from a math perspective. Guys, MU ripping.
Wow.
Who took MU?
Not
Seth?
I wish I was.
Awesome.
Yeah, I wish I was.
Yeah, 104 print was a beautiful, beautiful move. It's right at the 200, right above the VWAP. We saw it pop above, came back, retested the VWAP, and then ripped. So I was watching that and just didn't take it because it was in NVIDIA. So very nice trade for those who took MU. I like this APP trade still. I have it up at 341 and change. If I get filled, great. Now I'm actually more concerned that if it gets through that level, it may break out. Tesla giving me a little bit of concern here. Really thought once we got over that 413 area, we would try the 420s. At least this 416 level, but no dice. Guys, APP, I might nibble here, just market order. That's too bad. All right, we're in small size APP. We got a pretty lousy entry. I want at least a 336, but I hit a market order.
What's happening with NVIDIA? Come on. Patience is a virtue, but my goodness, let's go.
Hey guys, I got in at 335. Wanted to get in at 341 APP. It's down at 333. So far, so good. We printed a new session low. Let's, I don't know. This thing could easily go to 320, 325-ish. So looking for a break under 330 on APP. And given this disinterest in the stock, we should see it go now. Somewhat of a lower volume stock. Guys, Tesla really concerning now. Still in the MSTR puts. Guys, here comes the break on APP. Let's get it. Let's see if we get the big breakdown now on MSTR. Tesla, I might have to, I mean, I'm just watching Tesla, see what's going on here. Need to see a big push. Costco, getting ready to probably dump this thing in a moment. APP now about to break down 330, guys. Let's see if we get the breakdown under 330. It should be drastic under 330. May run into some buyers, I'm sure, just because people are probably panicking. MU ripping, absolutely sending it. All right, getting ready to take a partial on APP once it breaks 330. Okay.
Comes SSTK. Those of you that are in the SSTK trade at 37, your target's going to be 40 on SSTK. If you're into that trade whatsoever.
Nvidia just kind of wobbling around, which is fine. I'm leaving it alone. But MU, what a huge trade that would have been. Jeez.
Yeah, my AUR trade, I'm in it at 9. It's just waffling here right now. NVDA about the same thing.
Come on, Tesla. Luckily, we paid ourselves a little bit. Costco, right here. This is the last candle I will forfeit. So if it continues any more of this push, I will be out. Again, those are via put options. So again, limited exposure on those. Come on, NVIDIA. Time to wake up. Guys, keep an eye on the cues. We're getting a nice bounce. Trying to get a push to the upside here. Apple, really ugly price action this morning. Fills the gap up to the close. Let's see what it does here. If Apple continues its sell-off, I have a feeling markets may suffer, but Apple needs to find some buyers to prop up these markets. Carvana, not really a stock I trade, but big push there on Carvana. All right, MSCR kind of a 50-50 point now. You see it take off, then be problematic for my trade, but right now looks good so far. APP though, guys, I really want to see what it looks like under 330. And Tesla, I'm going to trim, unfortunately. I still have some size there, but we took a partial. Now I'm trimming.
Come on, NVDA. Don't bust the bottom here. I'm small share size, but it'll be my second losing trade.
NVIDIA. Brutal. Brutal.
Out of the NVDA trade with another losing trade. 2 losses this morning to start. Small losses, though. Never had a chance to add to the NVDA trade. 151 was going to be my add.
Okay. We want MSCR down, APP down, Tesla up, NVIDIA up. And arguably Costco down. That's kind of what we're looking at. Right now, NVIDIA is really just biting hard now. see that. I could make it all back on this APP trade. I'm going to add right here. That's some chunky. Okay. And really counting now on APP to break the 330.
Yeah, I'm going to look for a third trade here, and I don't. Maybe SSTK, Seth. Again, we'll see. Maybe over 37.
Here comes the break. APP, guys, right after the ad. Let's see if we can get, I don't know, 327, under 327 for a first partial. Getting a little bit greedy on this APP trade just because NVIDIA is really kind of hurting me right now. Waiting on the break also on MSTR under 360. And it should be a pretty drastic break. I'm going to trim up on Tesla, guys. NVIDIA now really breaking to the downside. I'm going to cut Tesla here in a minute. Guys, that's a big break on NVIDIA. APP, I'm going to take a partial. We wanted a 327 print. We got it. So let's take a partial here, guys. A nice 8-point trade, folks. 8 points. Let's see. Tesla. We'll probably dump this here in a minute. NVIDIA. Yeah, that's game over. We're out of that.
Yep, game over NVDA. Didn't really think about taking it to the downside because it was up during the morning pre-market session.
So now my next target on APP will be 325, and I'll take a partial there, and then I'll let the rest run. MSTR, I'm going to hold what I got left on these put options. I really want to see a break under 360. If we don't get a break under 360, like very soon, I'm going to be forced to like cut these down to like, a few. But that's a huge break on NVIDIA. And it goes back to the, buy the rumor, sell the news. So not surprising. Candidly, like I was watching the keynote and it was, pretty good stuff. So I think there's something a little bit more at play here. I'm going to probably dump this Tesla position here in a moment. So I'm not holding the bag because we do have some shorts out there. We've got them on Costco. We've got them on APP. We've got an MSTR. Also looking at Meta now potentially for a short under 622. In fact, I may take that now. Guys, we're at 325 on APP, 10 points. Let's take a little bit more off here. All right, well, I didn't get the best fill, but that's okay. It's only trouble with some of these stocks that become spready up here in this this area. Huge trade, guys, on APP. Watching that one all morning for a short. And I was a little late to the party, but we got kind of that validation to the downside. So gladly hit the add button on that one, which is great. Guys, MSTR. MSTR. Let's see a break down to 350. Okay.
Yeah, breaks under the lows here. You probably have it. You got that one candle here, early candle. Take that low out. Probably see more. Yeah, still in the AUR
All right, guys.
trade.
I'm dumping Tesla. Dumping Tesla here in a moment. Anything under that 200 EMA, so it's 405. Let's call it 405. Will be my hard stop. Meta, though, under 622 looks great. I might short it right here, actually. Guys, Qs are breaking lower. Qs are breaking lower. SPY's breaking lower. They gave up the 200, gave up the VWAP. We could be looking for a pretty decent downswing here. Meta, baby. There's the break on MSTR. Let's wait for, I'm going to look for 350. These put options. I'm up already 25% on these put options.
Yeah, I'll give it about 20 more cents here on AUR. I'll come out of it.
Get ready to dump Tesla here. Anything under 405, it's game over on Tesla. All right, let's build something here on Meta. I think this is the big break we've been waiting for to the downside here. App loving down at 324 now. That could be big.
Well, we started to stay green on all markets, and we're red now on the NASDAQ, down about over 100 now. Dow's up 78, NASDAQ's red.
Out of Tesla. Guys, Meta now falling out of bed. NVIDIA falling out of bed. MSTR. Only things propping this market up right now are names like Apple. We just got out of our Tesla position. That was a losing trade. NVIDIA this morning, losing trade. No big deal. We get to fight another day, y'all. We had a monster trade on APP. Now a great trade on MSTR via these options. I'm going to take 2 of them off. Let's leave 8. Made 46% of my money.
Not bad.
On that trade. 46% return on that trade for MSTR. This is the only reason I really like options. It could be risky, but you know, I'm not risking 360 grand. I'm risking 5,000 bucks. So I don't know. With these super volatile names, it's kind of great to use these options. Under 622 was my target for Meta. And we didn't take it, but that's a beautiful breakdown. I really wanted to see a 350 or lower print on MSTR. I'm still in the Costco trade again because these are options. It got really spready. So I've got a $900 strike, which is way out of the money. So it went from like, you know, it went from like a 20-cent spread to $1. I'm like, okay, come on. You're basically calling them worthless. You know what I mean? Because it pushed over that 930, but I wanted to see what that 929 level. So we did have a little bit of an overshoot. If we go back and test that 929 print on Costco, yeah, I'm going to dump it. It just proves to me that there's people that really want to push that stock higher. But I figured we'd probably get some resistance in and around that area. So good news. Trade's working out. APP. Let's take a little bit more off here just in case it decides to find some buyers in this 325 print. I'd love to see a 320 breakdown on APP. Tesla, so glad we got out of that one. Jeez. If it breaks that 402.50, its next target is going to be 400, which it just did. Market's selling off rapidly now. MSTR, let's see if we get a drop under 350 now. It'd be awesome. One thing yesterday on Tesla, 402.50, people were, like buyers were stepping in. I'm not seeing them show up anymore. So Tesla could be really on a downswing here.
Traders, I'll be right back. Just give me one moment.
Wow, Tesla now about to crack 400. Oof. Guys, APP, I'm going to take a partial here. All right, a 323 print, I'll take it. I'll take that all day long. 12 points. Now let's just let the markets work for us. Again, losing trades on Tesla and NVIDIA. Unfortunately, those were kind of expensive trades for me, but heck, they're expensive stocks. MSTR, not bad. You know, we still got a couple contracts left. Let's see what they do. Do not want to see people get really excited on MSTR over 360 though. I want to see that get rejected, and then 355 becomes a really, really stark reality, and then next thing you know, we're in the 340s. So I'll be patient there, just because we've paid ourselves on those options. Costco, let's see if we get a final breakdown. Target on Costco is going to be $900. I don't know if we get that today or by Friday, but also worth noting, Thursday, guys. Thursday markets will be closed. We'll call that a synthetic holiday. I don't know what else to call it, but we're honoring late Jimmy Carter, president. Donald Trump to be sworn in as president on the 20th, so a couple weeks. Let's see. You know what, Jim? I'm so glad you brought that up. Normally I check that out, and I had it on my priority list too. We've got ISM new orders at 10, and the JOLTS job openings at 10. Well, I had my speakers off. That might have been the reason.
Okay, traders, I am back. Yeah, I'm still in the only thing I have right now is the AUR trade.
So MU could be interesting right here, y'all. It's at a 50-50 mark. So what I mean by that is, look, you've got a push to the top. You got markets leaning lower. So I would say MU, even though it had the strength, it could easily snap to the downside now. So if those of you guys took it, hopefully you paid yourself first. The upside. That said, if we do bounce higher and it holds this level, it's definitely showing strength above all the other stocks. That said, the Q's down. You know, Tesla just broke under 400. SPY is down. Like, we're aiming lower. You know, we talked about 4 possible outcomes yesterday, what markets could possibly look like highest level probability, and we're seeing that today, especially because we had JOLTS job opening numbers. I'm actually looking them up right now. Let's see if I can find them. 8.098 million versus 7.730 estimate. 7.83 million prior. Non-manufacturing PMI 54.1 versus 53.5, and ISM non-manufacturing price is 64.4 versus 57.5. So I wouldn't say that's the greatest of news. I mean, job openings seem a little bit better, but as a reflection of unemployment, what's we got going on today? We have a 3-year note auction at 1 p.m. That's it. Yeah, right now, guys, favor the downside. You know, Tesla now below 400. Right? MSTR, we're getting all the bacon out of this trade now. So we bought these for, let's see. We paid from 505. They're printing at 870 right now. Not too bad. Need Costco to really break though. That would be nice. APP printing beautifully. I'll take another partial here in a moment. Really want to see if we get down to like 320. MSTR, come to Papa. Come to Papa.
Yeah, look at that. Good for you. You know, traders, I was unable to make the shift to the short side today, and DBG is eating it up on the short side and was fighting NVDA and still in the AUR trade here. I should have just reversed and went short.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, that Tesla trade, NVIDIA trade kicked my butt today. Maybe we take a little off of MSTR, but I do think 350 is the next target. So I'm going to wait. I'll take one more. Well, let's take two more off. Here, we're at, what is it, 865. I'll wait. Let's see what happens. We should get a downward push here. Watching the spreads on these options. They're wild. See if the selling continues. 3, 2, 1. Qs are approaching an anchored VWAP. We reject this, we're probably going straight down. If again, worth noting, look at Apple. Apple's hanging out up top. So there are some names that are still doing okay, which I think is interesting because now we're seeing name or stock rotation, investment rotation into names like Eli Lilly, which has been pretty beaten down. All right, MSTR. I'll take another one off here. I'll take it. 860, Phil. Bingo. APP, I'm going to take some more off here. I'll let the runners do their work. The same with MSTR. I'm happy with that print. Now Costco just put in a session low. I'm going to add to this thing, actually. Yep. Let's double it. All right, so doubling the put options here on Costco. I think if Tesla has a hard time over 400, it may not see it for a while. Which it looks like it's doing right now. So here's kind of a fun one, actually, in the spirit of options. So a lot of it's not to say they can't go lower, but if you look at Friday expiration call options on names like Tesla, if you get up to like the 450 plus area, your IV is gone down. So basically a lot of the theta decay is zapped out of those. I mean, you're still paying a premium because they're super far out of the money, but risk is pretty low because probability is against. So a lot of times people will go, hey, let me buy this $460 call option, let's say, for example, on a name like Tesla, because it's so cheap. Well, even if you bought it at 38 or 40 cents, of that, probably about 32 cents of that is all premium. So just because it looks attractive and quote unquote cheap, it's a lottery ticket, because at this point, the IV level there is so, it's like in favor of that not printing. It's AKA going to zero. So that's if people ask like, hey, why not buy Tesla call options if they're like 30 cents? And it's because probability, it can go there. It's happened. You hear about some of these traders that, like, they YOLO a trade and buy, 1,000 call options super far out of the money and pay, a nickel for them. And then they end up being worth $12 and they ride off into the sunset. It doesn't happen all the time. In fact, it's incredibly uncommon. But when you've got 50 million new traders rolling into markets, your probability goes up of hearing it a couple more times, All right, guys, Qs are barely hanging on to anchored VWAP. SPY, it's on its way. So I'd like to see a break under 592.50 on the SPY to continue the downside move, guys. Costco is now officially Printing. Let's go. And we doubled our size.
Nice.
MSTR, we still got a couple runners left. And those are via, again, put options. I'm glad we got out of Tesla. That could have really hurt. Let's see. Let me view up to a reversal DVG. Seth, yeah. Yeah, so right now, you get above, because MU has been one of the stronger names, right? So if you get over this VWAP now, maybe there's a chance of it moving higher. The trouble is, again, markets are still aiming lower. So you don't want to bet against there's a boat, we'll say, and that boat is a stock, and the ocean are these indices. So if all the boats are, getting rocked by a storm, it's coming, even though it might be propped up momentarily. Because look, the good news is you've identified a name where people like in the tech space, MU is a favorite name. Lilly right now moving up. J&J is moving up. Actually, surprisingly, I didn't even look at TM today. So TM had a big announcement. They were called out actually by Jensen. So I'm surprised to see Toyota Motor kind of pull back this morning. But basically, NVIDIA, right when they made the announcement, they were like, hey, we're going to collaborate and partner with Toyota to make their autonomous vehicles. I mean, I thought for sure TM would go straight up, and it did pre-market. But now it's kind of selling back to its levels. But, it just goes to show all you need is Jensen to say your name on stage, and boom, your stock moves. All right, guys, I'm going to take my final partial here on APP 320 print, guys. Huge trade for me on APP. That's 14 points to the good. That wipes out my loser in NVIDIA and Tesla in that one trade. MSTR, pure print and gold today. On those contracts, we are up almost 50%. 50% gainer on MSTR. And then with Costco put options, we are officially up. Well, I should say that's on the ask. But if we were to nail at the ask, we'd be up close to about 80%. Maybe the math's wrong, but 60%. But it's pretty spready right now. So I'm waiting to see once we get towards the ask. If we get towards the ask, that would be amazing. Okay, MSTR, let's see a 350 break now. Let's see a big candle like NVIDIA did. Oh, guys, here comes Costco. Yeah, baby. Big winner now in Costco. I'm waiting for, again, I want to see a break under yesterday. It was 917.92. We see a break under that, which should be any moment now on Costco. Hopefully we don't find buyers all of a sudden. But if we see a snap under that, yeah, I'm going to be looking for at least 905 before I take a partial. So I'm going to let it go kind of deeper than normal, just because these are with options. And the nice thing about options is, like, again, as long as you keep your spread in mind, because Costco is kind of a lower volume stock, so the spread can get really, really wide, really fast. Same with MSTR, and they're expensive. But I'd say I did pretty good on the MSTR options. We bought them up around that 370 print. And then added when we started breaking down, so that worked out. NVDA looks interesting here at 144.50. Keep an eye on this level. See what happens. Better not start buying buyers now on MSTR. APP, let's get. I'm gonna probably cut the runners in half and just let the rest do the work. Let's do that.
Here's the only thing that I'm in is AUR right now. That's at $9. Have we found the bottom, or is there more to go? Let's see.
You know, I got let me look at this real quick. Guys, keep an eye on oil. CVX now moving pretty well. Wait on Costco here.
Take a look at a couple other stocks here from this morning, see if I can get any ideas here. See, we already looked at NVDA. Yeah, things kind of slowing down. Remember, traders, we do have a built-in holiday on Thursday of this week. We will not be trading.
So for those of you who use an anchored VWAP, throw one on the all-time high for the Qs, and notice what we're doing at that level right now. Use the 15-minute. Look the same on a 5-minute though. Guys are getting a subtle bounce here right off the anchored VWAP. No surprise. Well, we start giving up or forfeiting that level, it's 515 to 511 and a half. Like that's as deep as we could go on the Qs. So this could be an opportunity to buy. We'll keep an eye on it. Talk a little bit about the four different outcomes yesterday. Again, keep an eye on oil right now. Oil stocks are pumping, no pun intended. MSTR, I'm waiting until I see a 340 print. In other news, Fubo up at $6 this morning. I don't feel like hero trading Tesla down here below 400, but it could be an interesting trade. Carlos, so I use TradingView, and I'm not sure what charting tool you're using, but there should be something called an anchored VWAP. And we talk about using that during big events. So usually earnings, or maybe even something like an NVIDIA yesterday, or anytime you see a big volatile spike, maybe it's news driven, maybe it's earnings driven, whatever it may be, using your anchored VWAP at those levels. And if they coincide with key levels, like for example on the SPY, 592.50 we know is a level, and I'd say a range from 592.50 to 588.79 are kind of two areas where you might see price action fall. But if it bounces off those key levels, good news is bulls are trying to step in, right? on those levels. If you see those levels break, well, then you kind of look to what's the next one coming. And the use of those anchored VWAPs are typically on, I use them typically on highs and lows of markets as well, just before I even take a trade for the day, just to see where, like, are those ranges in line with what could possibly happen today? Like for NVIDIA, 144.42 is like a big level where I know there's a lot of buyers. And if we break that, which we're there right now, I mean, the downside could be exponential, or not, I should say exponential, but we could see some additional downside move, right? It just kind of helps, and not to make it ultra confusing, because it's just a tool that could give you an edge, and it's not to put even more lines on your chart, but it's a good way to, especially before markets open, if you see something, from a big volume perspective or big move in a name, using those anchor VWAPs can kind of give you an edge. No, unfortunately, Scott B, I didn't use. I ended up. I put an order out for 341.20, and then it got around 336, and I'm like, you know what? Let me just build something, and worst case, I can add to it. And I ended up using a market order, and I didn't get the best fill. It was really pretty bad. So if you notice, you see the disparity. So my fill I ended up being at like 335.64, and then I added right at like 331, and then we got the break. So yeah, I just think it was kind of one of the more, I don't want to say more of a mean guys. By the way, my CVX swing trade, I'm going to take some off here. 150 was a target, so we're there now. 162 is kind of, I'd say, the dream target. See what happens.
Traders, I'm going to post a trade here. CVNA, long 202.50. Small share size, and I'll go 203 for full.
Uh-oh.
The spread catches up here.
Well, that doesn't look good. Well, look at Apple, though. Apple's breaking out. NVIDIA just broke down. I was tempted to short NVIDIA, actually, after I got ran over, but coulda, shoulda, woulda. Apple's breaking out, though. What? What's going on there? MU, there was your VWAP reversal. We knew it was stronger than markets this morning. NVIDIA just, I mean, I'm baffled. It is completely biting the dust right now. And then we should get the move now on, excuse me, MSTR. GC, USD. Yeah, Bitcoin, big drop now. Down at 98. So be careful, y'all. Guys, watch out. That's a pretty gross sell candle here. If you're contemplating short positions, now would be the time. In fact, I might look at, Tesla may be too volatile, NVIDIA may be too volatile. Let me look at Netflix. I actually like Netflix. Had a pretty decent bounce this morning, but maybe it's time to give up on it. Let's hit it here. Small size. It's an expensive stock, so let's grab a little bit. Okay. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Instant fill. MSTR, we're getting a break under 350. Let's go. APP, let it run. We're down 319 now. Wow. Netflix, I'm going to add here under 873. Any print. I'm just a market ad. Okay. This could be a huge day for me. MSTR, guys, absolutely crushing it. I am up 80%. No, 71. Well, it's bouncing, so forgive me. The spreads are hidden. 74%. I'm up 74% on MSTR. APP, guys.
Nice. CVNA, no trade.
I don't know where the bottom is on APP now. No idea.
I know, right?
Like, I'm tempted to dump it, but it's still printing. Now, guys, here came the break just now under 350 on MSTR, guys. I need it to like really go. There it is, 349. Anything a little bit deeper, I'm going to drop. Let's leave 2. Boom. 86% return on my money, guys, on MSTR. Woo!
Another big win, DVG. Very nice.
Seth, congrats on a green day, man.
Yep,
APP
take care,
now,
Seth. Enjoy.
316. Guys, APP's at 316. Almost 20 points on APP, guys. Pretty wild. You know, the other trade I was, I'd say I kind of missed out on was Meta. You guys know I love shorting that stock. I was watching it at 622. That's up 9 points if we would have taken that trade. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. I'm letting APP grow. Costco, same thing. Again, those are put options, so I don't really mind. We've got 2 options left on MSTR. If we get back up to, let's say, 351, I may just dump the rest of the position. But right now, this is free money territory, so I'm going to let it keep doing its thing. Guys, Meta now just completely fallen off. Wow. Guys, Netflix, perfect entry. We're up 5 points on Netflix now. In fact, I'm going to take a partial here. I mean, I hate to say it, y'all, but I think it's safe to say I typically will be open to having a bearish bias. I want markets to always go higher, but days like today are usually my biggest days. Again, I want to see Costco probably around 905 is where I'll start paying myself a little bit on these put options. MSTR is down at 347 now. I mean, I'm not eager to get out of the way. Let's see if we continue to fall. Always looking left. So 347, we knew was going to be an area of resistance to where we saw buyers. Under that, we're looking at 335 and a half. Best case, would say. So if we continue to see some selling there in MSTR, we're seeing a breakdown now on the SPY. Q's looking like they want to aim lower. Let's see where we end up. Again, we paid just over $5 for these things. So They're printing 1155 right now, so I'm up 109% now. This is kind of the beauty of options, but the danger of options, right? If you're not identifying a good risk reward strategy, entry, strike, I mean, all that stuff matters. But now we're in the point where we just let it grow. We've been up 110%. Why wouldn't you just let it keep doing its thing? Now, we did pay ourselves on the way, guys. That's the big, rule number one. So let's not forget that part. Guys, Qs are breaking down, SPY's breaking down. I don't know. I'm looking for where my next short could be. I won't short Apple because it's way stronger. It almost looks like an inversion of the Qs right now. Netflix, I won't add just yet, but we took a partial. I don't know. 870 doesn't hold, might be worth adding. CVX moving nicely. And then let's see, JP Morgan, Citibank. All right, y'all. This might be the final straw with MSTR. Let's see. Maybe not. It's still going. Oh my God. Tesla's down at 394. Thanks. All right, I'm gonna let you guys make the call. So I've got 2 put options left on MSTR. Let them run for the rest of the day, or take one. What do you guys think? Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. Okay, it looks like got a couple people. Pay yourself first. We're talking about rule number 1, right? It's down at 345. So right now they're up at 12 bucks. We paid $5 for them. I've got 2 left. So do we take one or let them run the rest of the day? Take a partial? Because no matter what, I'll leave one for the rest of the day unless we, have this incredible bounce. But do we just let it run the rest of the day? Let's see. You know what? Look at the crew we got. Let them with a stop loss. Jim's calling it a day right on. You know what? This is why I love the community, because y'all understand what rule number 1 is. Pay yourself first, right? We've been doing that every step of the way on MSTR on the way down. I do have 2 left. So I am going to take one here. Let's wait for any kind of green bounce. Like right now, we're getting an aggressive sell. So let's see how low we go. Is it 340, 342, 344, where it's at now? I'm just going to kind of wait till the last green candle. At APP, crushing it now. So I'll let that kind of do its thing. But big trades now, guys. Thanks for participating. All right, APP's down at 314, guys. I'm going to take some. I'm going to do the same right here, right now. MSTR. Let's take the final one, or we'll leave one for the rest of the day. 13.15. Made $800 per contract. Now, if I average it out as I was paying myself on the way down, it definitely was less than that. But at least we got one left paying dividends, right? So thank you guys for participating in that. That could do it for me, Scott. I mean, green day is a green day, but look, we took a little bit of a haircut on Tesla this morning and Nvidia. It happens. We've got a couple of these option plays that really just, I mean, MSTR, unbelievable trade for me today. And then APP. So we've still got some on Netflix kind of doing its thing. We'll let that kind of work out. But I may go make some tea right now. I will be back, but I'm going to go make some tea and I'll be back in a minute.
DVG, we'll see in just a minute. Traders, I'll be out of here too shortly. I've got an appointment I've got to be at 11:15. I am red this morning and I'm looking for another trade. I just don't have one right now. Take a look at MSTR again here. I mean, DVG pointed out early here and said it was going to come down to that 350 line. He was spot on with it, no doubt. Market right now, we're red about 300 points now on the NASDAQ with NVDA leading the way. Okay, traders, I've got to run as well. I will be back again tomorrow. It's going to be a losing day. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yep. Me too. Okay, I will see everybody tomorrow. DVG will be right back. I got to split, maybe back later today. I've got a couple of things I got to get done here on the outside. So everybody have a great rest of your day. I was no help today, absolutely no help. Thank God DVG was here. Hopefully you followed him and had a great day. So God bless you all. Godspeed. I'll see you tomorrow. DVG, Clifton, take care. Traders, enjoy and stay safe. God bless you. Godspeed, and we'll see you tomorrow.
right. Well, I am very grateful for this community. I'll tell you a couple reasons why, but here's one. Rules are rules. Rule number one, pay yourself first. We had 2 contracts left, and thanks to you guys, we took 1 off, and I'm glad we did. In a, what is that, 5-point bounce on MSTR. Guys, if we're looking for names to go long off a potential bounce here at the lows, find names where they're getting love. So, Eli Lilly, J&J, I'd say oil in general, Exxon, Chevron, okay? What I'm trying to do right now, talk about heat maps. Scott, are you still here, or did Scott leave? Clifton, exactly. Rule number 1, pay yourself first, for sure, Clifton. Let's see here. He just took off. All right, I'm gonna grab the screens then, if that's okay. What do you guys think? You still got people here? Looks like it. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Just came back, as you guys know. I like to have tea in the mornings. Not a huge fan of coffee. Actually, it's interesting. It's either tea or Red Bull. So I love Red Bull, but I know that's gonna bite me at some point. Let's see here. Let me get rid of the screens there. There we go. Let's go screen share. I'm still looking for some potential trades here, guys. The good news. So we had a few winners here today. So I'm gonna close this there on me. There we go. You guys see the screens okay? Hello, hello. Yeah, thanks, Vincent. All right, so let me see. Before I left, Kev said, hey, what made you short MSTR? So there's a couple things. So first and foremost, last night there was talk of MSTR getting a ton of short interest and people worried about the leverage they had on its Bitcoin. It was like 1.7 or 1.9. Not to mention, if we look at like BTC USD, we'd see it was kind of going risk off at around the same time. You notice that? So, and forget those little number blobs. They're just kind of price targets here. So we saw a big spike, then a rejection. Same thing happened here. And then for me, a big thing is this crossover of these two, EMA and SMA. So that crossover happened in the morning. What is that, 4 o'clock in the morning? And the same exact thing happened right here on Bitcoin. So in the meantime, you heard kind of rumblings and, at least the news channels I'm looking at, that there was concerns that MSTR was getting a ton of short interest. And based on what the Qs were doing this morning and the SPY were doing this morning, it was getting a little bit risk off. Profit taking, I would even call it. Because like NVIDIA's, I don't know if you guys watched that from yesterday, but NVIDIA's presentation was actually pretty good. So I'm just kind of concerned about that. But I was waiting for a spike and a rejection. So we got it here. We started a position. We went higher. And once I saw that rejection, I basically filled in right around the same level I got in to start with MSTR. But because they were with options, it wasn't with shares, it was a little bit easier for me to do that. So trouble with options, especially on a name like MSTR, can get spready pretty quick. But I'd rather do that, grab, let's say 10 or 20, which we got 20, but contracts, and let's just say they're $5 each, right? Well, I'm in for 10 grand versus in for 350, well, 700,000 if I were to grab 2,000 shares of this thing. Not to mention, I wouldn't be able to muster the strength really for how whippy this thing is. But with options, I didn't mind it. I mean, granted, the premium is expensive. Don't get me wrong, and theta works against you pretty quick. But as soon as we saw this break, I was more than happy to, I paid myself basically here, and then we waited and got paid thanks to you guys right here. So we still have one left to let it run for the rest of the day, unless it gets to my entry. But and even then, I don't even like holding this because it's bounced quite a bit. And then with APP, I would say the same thing, but I was expecting a bounce around this 315 level. We've got down to 313. We paid ourselves on the way down. This is a very, very small share size now on APP, so I really don't mind holding this thing in case it does have a big move to the downside to like 280 in the next week or so. So this is a position I don't really mind hanging on to until I get to my, entry. So hopefully that answers your question, Kev. I mean, the big thing is risk off. And for me, this is why I talk about 200 EMA all the time. It's this yellow line right here. At no point after this crossover happened, not once did we go over it. We tried here, tried here, tried here, tried here, tried here, tried here, opened, tried, slightly went over. You guys remember I was watching at 372. We couldn't get over it, straight down. I would argue the same thing. We saw it today with our friend Tesla. Crossover, down, finally gets over, was getting bullish, over VWAP, over 200, over 55. We should have taken off. Price rejection to here. That's when I was getting ready to trim. We pulled back. I trimmed here, unfortunately. Trimmed a little more here, and then basically got out of the position right down here. So we had a loser on this one, but luckily we were trimming to prevent any exposure. Worth noting, look, stocks, really want to go up more than they want to go down. That said, when they go down, they take the elevator, not the stairs. They typically take the stairs on the way up. So I don't always want to sound bearish, but for me, like a lot of times when I use these moving averages, the 200 one is probably, I'd argue, the most important one for me. So realistically, like if I had 20 options here on, let's say, still on MSTR and I wasn't taking some off, I would be very reluctant to wait till it tried 361, which is where the 200 is right now. Like I wouldn't want to wait for that. You know what I mean? Like I'd want to pay myself like we did, and now have like one to run. And I'm trying to get better at stuff like that. But the reality is like I don't want to give away. If I'm getting alpha out of this on its way down, why give that up in a bounce and then basically have to, get down to like 340 to get the same alpha I would get on this initial drop? You know what I mean? That's the difference with options. A lot of times people take these full call spreads, whatever, or even puts like spreads, etc. But these strategies, like you're basically going like, hey, I think the price is going to be between here and here, let's just say, and then it's not an actual thing. But if the price stays in this zone, I make, let's just say, $1,000, but you're putting up maybe 8,000 to have that type of spread. So you make $1,000 if it stays in here. Now, if it goes outside of here, you're kind of screwed. You're out $1,000 or 3,000. Depends on like how you set it up. But that when you hear people talk about spreads, it's basically like here's your zone. Stay in the zone for a period of time, and then they just they leave it alone. And they're basically selling and buying at the same time in a zone. For me, I like directional moves and typically shorter time horizons. Unless it's like right here with Tesla. I was looking at those call options for today, actually. And let's see, at 4. So like the ones at like for $435, they're $1.20 or $1.25 right now. I mean, if we get a really strong push to the bull side, which right now, look, this is a lot of buying. If you look at the Qs, you had short covers here all the way to here. Then bulls tried to buy. Then you see the sellers show up again. Bulls try to buy. What you don't want to see is now an engulf up to the VWAP. If you see that up to 521, bulls are taking over again. Right now, they're trying to see if they got a shot at getting up to this level, but I think if we don't, you'll find more sellers right around here. If this is in fact a bearish move. In fact, I'm going to pull up the cues from yesterday because we talked about this a little bit. Let's see, it should be here. There it is. Actually, let me do the big chart. You guys still see my screen? There it is. I know. It's a lot of arrows, a lot of lines. But let's just zoom in. Do this for a second. Here was the 3 different options that I thought markets could do yesterday. Bounce up, come down, retest around this area, possibly that area, then bounce up and take off. Move higher, then come down, a little bit up, a little bit down, and then channel and move higher. Or we skippity-doo-dah to the downside. Well, I didn't touch any of these. Okay, we drew these yesterday. But which one does it look like? This turquoise, the red, or the pink? So we'll call it 1, 2, or 3. Which one does this look like right now? What is your red line? ATR? Sorry, which red line? This? Right here? Sorry, I'm just seeing the note. Kev, are you talking about red line? Which one? This one right here? That's just what the price is right now. So I use 1 minute during the open, and then 5 minute. Like, so right now we're looking at 5 minute. But typically during the day I'm using 1 minute. So like I have on one screen, I've got basically all the stocks that I'm watching, including the SPY and the Qs, and those usually be on 5 minute intervals. But in the morning sessions, I have SPY, Q, and stock I'm trading all at 1 minute. Because I've got, let's see, 4 screens. So I've always got something going on or watching. Those lines that follow. Oh no, this is that just marks the low of day. This is just day high low. That's all it is. So like you'll see this green line here. Like these big green lines for me, they're levels. They mean something to me. I get it. It's confusing if you guys are looking at this. I'm more than happy to like do this. Like remove the drawings if it helps. Look if that's cleaner. I was trying to show yesterday, like so I drew these 3 potential outcomes, these 3 different styles of what will likely come at this time. So none of this stuff out here happened yet, right? And I was like, look, I think for sure we're trying to pull back at least to test this 524.44, which is the 50% retracement from when Jerome Powell came in and started his, downside move. I also had this zone marked as a potential short area and this as a potential buy zone. So yesterday when I was filling this out with you guys live, I'm like, look, I think we're going to try to push a little bit higher, maybe pull back a bit, test this 52672, which was a previous all-time high at one point, get back to the 50% retracement, and then we break out to the upside. Or option 2 is this pink chart, which goes a little bit higher. We breach 528.50, pull back, validate 526.72, maybe try that 50% retrace, and then we just full engulf and take off, break off to the upside. And then last but not least, We see continued rejection below 528.50. We break this 526.72. We break or try to bounce here a little bit at this 50% retrace, get a little bounce. Looks kind of like this, right? So starting to look like the red one. Then we get a break. Well, we saw the break. We bounced off 200. And when I didn't see this follow through higher, right? Like we should have seen, technically speaking, from here, we should have seen that if you were bullish. And what happened? Look where the price action is. Flat, 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 flat. Tried to push, couldn't even get over 526.72, found sellers, and then it didn't help. Didn't help that we had JOLTS job data and a few other things. So I would say, to further answer the question, now obviously there'll be some bouncing, but this is, see this little red line here? This is where I'm expecting the move to go to. Does that help? And I drew these yesterday, like literally right here. What time was that? 11:50. So it's not like I drew these after the fact. Like these were, we drew them. You could watch the recording yesterday. I purposely didn't update these because I'm like, look, there's one of three outcomes from this market, and I think the bounces are going to look similar to this. So if this happens and we push higher, long. If this happens and we push here, long. If we go here and we can't get over this level, notice this is pretty crazy actually. Here's the bounce. In both cases, this was kind of the same idea, but look at this bounce. It's almost perfect. It comes here, bounces up slightly, continues to break down, it bounces up. I mean, and well, technically it took a day, but it's pretty neat, right? I couldn't build an algorithm that does that. That'd be pretty cool. In either case, though, of those three options, this red option seems to be the one that's happening. Which reality for a technical setup, because we already broke here. Well, let me mark this different. I'm going to get rid of this. Get rid of this. I'll get rid of this. So we already broke this high, okay? Which we could talk about liquidity levels. Maybe we'll do that another time. But reality is, seeing this gap fill is not surprising to test this level of liquidity right at those highs, but we broke it. So when we come here and we hit an anchored VWAP, this anchored VWAP came from its all-time highs right here, by the way. It's a little white line right there. This is an actual level. In fact, I'll make it dotted so it's easier to read for you guys. I know it's a lot, but it actually makes a difference what these lines mean. Dotted line. So we've got an anchored VWAP. We can probably get rid of one of those. From the lows and the highs. And notice now we're creating kind of a channel in between those two anchor VWAPs, right? Between this white line and that white line. But we know 515.58 is a level in between. I could almost argue this is like a zone from here to here where we've seen, look, I'll just drag it out. What do you see? Buyers stepping in kind of in that zone, right? But we also have seen sellers stepping into this zone. So this is an important level, right, in this zone, okay? I'll mark it orange for the time being. But if we crack through this level, 100% we're trying down here. Like I can't say 100%, cue the disclaimer, right? It's not financial advice, it's just opinion. But markets look for areas of liquidity, right? So like anytime the reason we mark these levels is we know now from this move right here to the initial leg lower, right here. Well, hold on, let me draw this better, guys. Where is the bottom? There it is. So there's this is your 50% retrace. This purple line, that's why it's there. From that big drop when Jerome Powell started talking. So you're expecting markets to at least try a 50% retrace. Now, obviously, we saw a big undercut the following day, so you could technically take this and move it all the way down to here if you wanted. And now you've got another zone, which, oh, how about that? Look where we are now. So you have a 50% retrace to purple, which is the initial move, which is common to retest. So you see this purple? See a drop. Commonly, you're going to try to retest at level, which we did. But if you take from the top to the bottom here, your 50% retrace is right about where we are today. Now I'm going to get rid of this level, but it's important to know, depending on how you look at it, how markets move. It's a game of mathematics and also liquidity, because you know where levels are, where people are going to buy and where people are going to sell. And as soon as we broke 523, which is right there, which was a previous top here, notice all these levels, right? So the big thing is like always look left. I always say start with the biggest time frame. 15 minutes is not a big time frame. Take a month, a day, a week, 4 hour, 2 hour, 1 hour, 15-minute, and start dissecting where you're starting to see areas. Now, granted, I mark these up. There's a lot of lines here. I get it. What was it? Mark always give me troubles about it looking like an MTA line. This is actually I use this a lot for you guys. I use it as well, but it doesn't have maybe as much. It might just have these zones, for example, when I'm trading. But I don't mind sharing this, because if people start asking questions, one of these might stand out to you for a potential usage. Like for me, this can kind of make sense. If it's easier for me to just say, hey guys, like, you know, like I don't want to see all these drawings. Like, okay, cool, I'll take them off. If you're like, hey, I don't like all the indicators, I just want to see candles, fine. But in some cases, like this stuff can help you guys out to say like, hey, what's this yellow line? Or hey, what's this white line coming in here? What's this, you know what I mean? So for me, these levels matter up here, because here's your high, here's your top end channel from these 2 points. Basically anything in this area is, depending on how strong we are up in this area, could be shorted. Every time we've come up here, we've only breached twice. Probably every other time we've sold off. So anyway, I know it's a lot, but I figure I do. It's an all yes. I use TradeZella. Let's see. Use 1 minute or 5 minutes. Are you watching any other stock entry now? Or are you done for the day? Yeah, I'm looking. I'm just not eager to jump into one right now. Let me get rid of this for a second. I mean, if I'm going to go long anything, it's going to likely be a bank. Like JPM looks good. GS looks good. Like the only reason I like GS over JPM is it's been beaten down pretty good. So it's got a chance to pop from like here to here. Just get like 3 points. But JPM is without a doubt like the stronger of all the, I'd say the strongest of the banks. CDX. Meta looks kind of good for a bounce here. I might be tempted to short it in this area. Gets up to like the 620s and fails. I might short it. Let me get rid of this. Let's look around. Amazon. What's that doing? That looks pretty gross. AVGO. AMD. Wow. The chip sector getting so much love yesterday, and today just beaten down. Let's see, UNH. Nope, not going to do that one. I don't know. I think Lilly might be interesting, or Novo. These could be interesting. I'll keep an eye on Novo. CRM down. Okay, so here's a fun one. Maybe just food for thought. CRM is one of the first names that came out, and actually between them and PLTR, that were using AI in a product that made money, that they were like generating revenue from. So if you see the big pop that happened in CRM, that's long ago, they got up to what, like 370 almost, or 369. So they had a massive push, but this is kind of where the price has been for, I don't know, a year. So CRM could be interesting. Let me do this. Let me pull up daily. Yeah, so it's kind of been trying to hold this. When was this last time here? So this was November 24, this 316 push. So I wonder if, maybe not that. Let's look at Adobe real quick. Adobe could be interesting. We shorted that a couple days ago. I think like right here. I think we did short it right there. And it came down. Let's see. Let me check my scanners real quick, y'all. Give me a second. What are y'all watching? Whoa, what's going on with Apogee today? Oof. Oh, they had earnings. I missed that. Yeah, so Sanal, to your question, in this community, 100% of you, if you are a member of this community, you need to have a trade journal. In fact, I was able to meet with one of y'all recently in the one-on-one sessions, and thank goodness there was a journal that we could look at, because within, I don't know, 30 minutes or so, we identified a common theme of where the trades could be improved just by looking at the journal. I don't need to always see your charts. Like, it's important to understand, which, by the way, I mentioned that I'm taking on 3 mentees this year. I should say this month. We'll see if we can grow that maybe up to 10. I want to make sure I'm giving the adequate time for those that they're kind of paying for the undivided attention there. But if that's something of interest, reach out to Clifton. But in any case, like, we went through the trade journal, and I'm telling you, like, within 30 minutes or so, we were able to dissect, hey, look, here's kind of where I'm noticing there's areas of improvement on your trades. Now, we can all improve. Let's be honest. I mean, I'm not a perfect trader by any means. I'm learning this as we go. Cue the disclaimer, right? This is not financial advice. It's your money. Risk it how you want, etc. But I've been a profitable trader for a while now, and it's something that I really, really enjoy this business, and I nerd out in this business. I'm up way too late. You know, wife gives me trouble about it half the time, but she's like, "Hey, I get it. You're looking at markets globally, and the world never sleeps if you look at it from time zones." So, in either case, if you don't have a trade journal, highly recommend that you do. If you plan on getting one-on-one time with me, that's going to be actually one of the first questions I ask. Is, you know, what's your journal? Where do you have it? And let's open it up and take a look. So if you do decide that something is of interest, like, hey, let's get some one-on-one time with UG, that is kind of a requirement. All right, let's look around here. You know what? I'm kind of curious. You know, I had a feeling this company, energy in general, I think is going to get a little bit of love. Solar's not my favorite. You know, BSC getting a subtle pullback. That actually could be interesting today. Actually, I might go long right here. 162.20 BST. Let's go. BST 162.20. Okay. I'll do a small size. We'll start with like 100. Meta, kind of fascinating. The level of price action that this thing gets for being a $620 stock is insane to me. This will be a small mover, I think, on BST. So what I'm hoping for, which is why we're starting with a smaller share size. So one, we got above this 161.47. So we're showing some of that retest. If we fail below that, I might reconsider the trade altogether. But if it supports on this 200 right here, there's a look at the confluence here. Okay, zoom in a bit. Here 200, here 22, you got your 12, all pushing higher. You're above VWAP, you're above 55. Let's go. All right, let's make that push. And the target will be right here at the close. So 163.90. Call it 163.75 right here. Okay. So a little over point and a half. My risk though, VWAP. See how easy that trade setup is though? It's like not a very expensive setup. But now we're getting the push. So anything over, what is this? About 163. I'll hit it for a big chunk. Yeah, I put my order in at 162.20. Okay. Ken, let's see what you're saying. Meta will expose if claimed AI for all free does not happen. I'm not sure I follow there. All right, so over 163, I'm gonna hit this thing for some size on VST. We still have our put options on Costco. Those expire Friday. My target there is $900. So if we get down to like 905, we'll probably peel off a big chunk. CRM, I do like to the downside, right about here, 326.80. Want to see a failure there? I might actually get it. Let's do it. Let me put it here. Downside, CRM, 326.80. Oops. Ta-da! CRM. There you go. Target here is now going to be low today. So if we get a break under here at 326, I'll add. And then I've got my ad ready on VST. I'm actually going to hit it for a decent chunk. And target will be just an overshoot of the close. So let's call it just over 164. In fact, I'm going to add here. There we go. It's good enough. I'll add here. Early add on VST. I like the movement. I've seen a little volume. But I want to see it just get above 164. And I will take a big partial. And we're in CRM. I will add, like I said, right here under 326. Yeah, 326.10 to the downside. You got to be quick with it. Let's see. NVIDIA actually looks kind of interesting. If you guys are looking to get long over 142, you could nibble here, but you really want to see a push over 143. Guys, we're going to get it here on BST, I think. It's a good ad, I think. We're over 163. I want to see a big spike. I literally want to just see it go boom. CRM moving against a little bit. That's okay. Small size. That's why I call it the nibble, right? So if it works against me, I'm out of the way. But initial entry, and then once we get to my level, we add. Okay. Same with BST. I want to see validation. I want to see pick me up. If you notice this consolidation right here, it's really hard to draw with that. Let me do this. You see this right here? This area, nice consolidation, nice and tight. Nice and tight, and then you get the push. Okay, guys, give me a second. I'm going to take a partial here. I want to get over 164. I want to see an overshoot right over the close. Just enough, like 164.20. I mean, I'd be happy with that. Okay, getting ready to take a partial here on VST. Getting ready. Come on, big spike should happen. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Let's see the buyers stack up. We got sellers stacked up at 364, 3,400 shares. We should get it now. We've got buyers lining up. Okay. 364.12 is kind of where I'm aiming. I'm not going to put my shares up for sale. I'm just going to market order out of this thing. Let's see. So I think it's going to happen. It literally should just go boom to 364 and change. Right over the close. Here it comes. Here it comes. Seeing a little resistance at the close. Once that gets out of the way, 164, whatever, I'll take it. Here it comes. Getting rid of VST, getting rid of VST. Horseshoes and hand grenades in a moment. Come on. Oh, don't do that. Don't. CRM's kind of moving against me, which is fine. I'll wait. Anything over the VWAP on CRM, I'll dump it. That's why for me, I'm nibbling this position, knowing it's a potential, it could reverse here. But I do like all of this to the downside. So retest to VWAP, fine. We get back to my level, load it up to the downside. You could argue like, oh, why not wait till the VWAP and then do it? Well, it's fine. But if it decides to go down here, at least it took part of it and I can add on the way down. Come on, Siege. It's BST. What's CEG doing? Ooh. Ooh, we might get it on BST now. We just got some news about energy supporting data centers. SMR, guys, if you want a less expensive nuclear energy play, SMR is kind of the way to go. I prefer CCJ because they actually are creating, some other stuff, but these would be more long-term potentially. BST is kind of like that on-demand power, if you think about it. Aqua is kind of once you make nuclear energy, you got to dump and get rid of the waste. What do you do with the waste and how do you make energy out of it? Ta-da, these guys do it. So keep an eye on them, BE. I think these are names to follow this year from an energy perspective. Okay, guys, we're going to get here, I think, on BST. Wait for the spike. It literally should go boop, and once it does that, I'm getting paid. CRM, move it slightly against. That's okay. Small share size, initial entry. We're trying to see if we get some price action down here, which we did. And worth noting, prior to the drop, this was the low of day. So what I want to see here is price action here, reject, and then come straight down on CRM. We are going to get paid on BST here in a moment. Not a huge winner, but something. And then get that big pop up for 164 like I wanted to see. Totally can still happen, but rule number one, I'm going to get paid on it. Get the risk off the table so I'm not having to watch it as much. Let's see if we get there. Look, we tagged the close. We went over by 3 cents. I'm just looking at the level 2. Sorry, Mark, did I say 364? My bad. I'm keeping an eye on CRM and PST here next to each other. Yeah, 164. 164. Ideal target. If we get there, it should pop. And I don't know if it's 10 cents, 20 cents. I don't care what it is, but that's what I was hoping for, looking for. But I'll take a partial here in a moment. Not a bad move. Make a little over a point. I do want to see If this thing does in fact do a reversal, like worth noting, its all-time high is 168. And again, I do think these names like VST, CEG, SMR, OKLO, I don't think they're going anywhere. Not this year, at least. All right, I like Meta down. I wanted this 620 rejection. We got up to 622. Keeping an eye on the SPY right now. So I might nibble a small short position here under six. Let's call it 61810. Meta. Stop would be 620.05, which could, it's a small size, so it could easily just pop there right now. It's got a 70-cent spread, but in the event we start selling off, it would be good. And then I'm going to add here at my initial entry to the downside on CRM. So anything under 32670, we'll call it. We'll add. Yeah, thanks, Mark. Appreciate it, man. It is good for the clarity. So, and as you can imagine, taking trades, posting trades, watching levels, scanning. I mean, it's a lot, but that's what we're here for, right? I mean, we got to do it. So I don't take it personal, man. Just want to make sure I'm saying the right stuff. But when they're side by side like this, I'm watching a, 300 level and a 100 level. If I swap the first number out, it might happen. I've been known to make those mistakes. Okay, Trump is saying that he's going to reverse the ban on offshore drilling for operators in the oil space. Keep an eye on that, keeping CVX here as those talks continue. Okay, Meta, now or never. Guys, NVIDIA right now. NVIDIA is the move right here. Let's do 142.90 long. Okay. Here's what's concerning about this one. This either does this straight to VWAP, or it goes slightly up, right, like this, and then decides to come right back down to here. It's the only concern, but it's worth a excuse me, worth a risk to at least try this level here, 144.70. It's about 2 points ish. All right, so here I'm getting ready for the ad. Excuse me. Oh, come on, BST. What are you doing? All right, we're going to add the Meta under, let's do it under 61750-ish. Oh, that's gross on BST now. Okay, we got the add on CRM, guys. Anything under this right here on BST, I will dump it. We should bounce here, but if we don't, I'm going to dump it. Just being a little patient here on BST. Well, that's not very nice. CRM should break down now. Meta should as well. Okay, no trade on NVIDIA. Still waiting on it. Oh, come on, BST. What are you doing? All right, let's see what happens with Meta. I'd like to see at least a breakdown of 614.5. So anything at 615, I'll take it. CRM, we should get a break. At least down here, 325. No trade NVIDIA, cancel NVIDIA. I don't like the pullback because I think if anything, it's going to try to test this 141 again, see if it holds. And if it does, then maybe it bounces. So we might get a better entry down here around like 141.5. I'll wait. The opposite is true. If we consolidate here, we actually get to 142.90 and you still like that level, yeah, we could pop. So I just can't believe the level of selling in NVIDIA today is crazy. So being contrarian to that trade could be challenging, but this is where you can make money, right? Like on Meta, kind of 608, that bounce from here to here, that's 12 points. So I'm looking to try to do that back again to the downside. Maybe we get down to this, 614.5, make 4 or 5 points. That would be awesome. So letting VST work out a little bit. Again, looking at this level of consolidation right here, right? Having it bounce and it coincides with the 200, I'm okay with that so far. Right? If it started breaking into this level and trying the VWAP, I'm going to get out of that trade. So we're right like at our entry, not including our ad, but our initial entry. NVIDIA is still looking good over 142.90. I took it off, but still a valid trade if it gets above there. Watching the Qs and the SPY. Still really want Costco to dump to like 905. I'm looking for a big seller on Costco. If we get down to 905, I'm going to take some off. But I don't know if that's going to happen today or maybe by the end of the week. If we do get down to 905, I'm pretty certain 900 is going to break. So, again, well-run business, but losing memberships. I think economic challenges are going to continue to kind of strain the consumer. So it's kind of a longer-term thesis. So by Friday, I wouldn't say it's long-term by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't know. I think until we get a really good understanding of what the new administration is looking to do, and we kind of make some better decisions on, I'd say mid to long term. All right, Jensen's talking on Bloomberg here. That's NVIDIA's CEO. All right, I'm going to put it up there again. 142.90, same trade on NVIDIA, in case he just says something miraculous and it spikes here. I can stop that at Meta. I don't really mind. Not a massive position yet. Keyword. Start breaking down. I don't mind loading it up. You know what? I may go bigger on NVIDIA here at 142.90. I just upped my size. Just in case Jensen says something amazing. The opposite is true, but it kicked my butt earlier today on NVDA. So let's see if we can get a decent trade here. We're in the trade. I'd say decent size. We're not full size yet, but okay, over 143.25. Actually, let's make 143.23. I'm going to add a big chunk. We'll double our size here on an NVDA. Watching Meta here, I don't like this. I may get out. Being patient. Don't mind on CRM still. And then VST, we're still waiting on 164. If we get anywhere near there, like 163.90 again, I may be forced to trim or take a partial. Only concerning thing about CRM right now is this consolidation is 327. We call it 326 to 328 level. It's got to make a decision. I'm of the mindset that it's going to try to retrace back to the downside. But if markets decide to bounce, CRM will likely benefit from that. So we're still in the meta trade to the downside. VST just kind of chopping around a little bit. NVIDIA now moving against. Come on, Jensen, say something wonderful. Tell them you're going to sell your Prada jackets. Mark, right on. I didn't know that, man. You have this chat room on a separate PC across from your trading desk. You literally have to roll your chair 10 feet to type here. You just have the sound up right on, man. Get you a wireless keyboard. If you talk to Steve long enough, he'll convince you to buy a new TV and just make that your monitor, 85-inch monitor. Of course, NVIDIA. So now this move on VST is a little concerning. We had, 4 green candles and then 1 bearish engulf, pushing down to that 200 EMA. It's all right. We're trying to be patient here, trying to respect these levels. A subtle undercut, not too worried about it. We start breaking down. I'm not here to fight the tape. Sometimes just gotta let the trades play out. Okay. You guys ready? 143.10. We've got an ad ready for NVDA. Right now we're slightly red, but that's okay. Target's going to be the VWAP. 145.40, call it. Keeping an eye also on names in the oil space. For the longest time, guys, I've been wanting to short a certain name that makes credit cards. Does anybody remember what that is? These guys. Every time it was like at I think 527 is kind of where I really wanted to nail it. I mean, obviously 537 would have been amazing. But when I saw this breakdown happen right here, I was like, okay, maybe 530. And I was like, oh, maybe 527. Oh, maybe 525. Maybe 520. Well, now it went down to 512. That would have been a wonderful trade, but womp womp. I'm going to keep an eye on MA though in the coming weeks. I decided I'm moving my stop a little bit higher here on Meta. I like the 622.13 print. So if we get anywhere near that, I'll dump it. VST just giving me a headache. NVIDIA also now giving me a headache. I will wait on NVIDIA just because it can whip around. I don't want to see a 141 print though. What's your stop loss on NVIDIA? So look, the reality is it should be right here below 141. But because I took a little bit larger share size, I'm counting on Jensen to say something and have this thing kind of go, a little bit like this, and then maybe you know, do like this, and then finally maybe go like that. So the opposite is also true. It could continue to dump, but it sold off pretty well. I think for those people that invested any of these levels, here, 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 even here, they want to get some of that back. You know, VST, I don't, if we reject this VWAP, I'll dump this position. But I have an add above 143.10. So let's call it that. So 140.90 will be my stop on NVDA. Realistically, I don't want to keep it longer than like right here. Let's do it that way. Save myself some trouble. We'll call it 141.40. 141.40 will be my stop loss. I'm going to adjust that right now. Still hanging on to VST. This is the trouble with trading these, like, you know, mid-morning and afternoon sessions. Volume slows down a bit. Directionally, like, you can chop. So it's usually why I don't go bigger size around this time. Typically do that in the morning, in the afternoon. So right now I'm just putting on trades that kind of, you know, like, I don't mind it running a little bit, but I do think Meta has a shot to move lower. I don't, you know, if it breaks 608, great, but I don't know, 613 to 615. So, you know, 3 to 5 points on Meta, I don't think is unreasonable, especially when you've got a 60-cent spread on a $600 stock. VST, my stop loss will be, let's call it 160. 160.40. Okay. Yeah, well, that's why. So this is the thing. Like, we start a position, add to a position, it's bouncing. It's not a massive position for me though. Like, I'm not taking like 2,000 shares or anything. But here's what I'm counting on. Like, it could be peaky. I don't know what other word to call it. But you see these big pops, the drops, the big pops, the drops, the big pops, the drops. Like, it's been happening quite a bit. And I think because there's like the ambition around AI. They were like one of the big names that kind of started the like show revenue. But like, look at these big pops, right? Like, boom, straight up, then straight down, then straight up, and straight down, straight up, straight down. And then once conviction kicks in, it's pretty directionally going to be down. So what I'm hoping doesn't happen on CRM is we don't get a big peak where it just spikes up, you know, out of nowhere. Because it's been known to do that. Where like someone just come in like, hey, I want 2 million shares, boom, and they buy it. But after seeing this consistent sell-off here, and we're seeing that here, consistent sell-off, like, it's no longer those peaks. It's where is directionally institutions trying to do. They're trying to offload a little bit more of this position. And even this morning, with this right here, that tells me you want to offload more of that position. Now, of course, you can get day traders, retail traders that come in and try to buy this and pop it around, you know, 330, 340. I just don't know if there's enough horsepower. And if you look at kind of overall volume, it's only 2 million shares for the day. So I'm feeling pretty good that directionally, you know, even in the afternoon, this could, you know, move in our favor. And then even with Meta, now it's finally moving in our favor, I'll probably take some off targets 414.30-ish. So I talked to you guys about horseshoes and hand grenades. For those of you guys who've been around a long time, I see a couple new names. I don't know, Samal, have you been here for a while? I just maybe missed the name. Are you new to the community? Ken as well. And forgive me if you guys have been here for a long time, etc. I just, you know, we're growing, and that's a good thing. It's exciting, but I appreciate you guys commenting. And as you guys comment, that's how I, oh, very new. Awesome. Very cool. Well, welcome, welcome. Here comes CRM, VST, and NVIDIA. It's actually kind of interesting how this is set up. I want these two to go up. And I want these two to go down. I don't know, maybe we could start doing it that way. Maybe make it easy. It's like whatever I'm shorting goes on the top, whatever I'm going long goes on the bottom, or vice versa, whatever. Interesting. Well, yeah, welcome, Sunol. Welcome, welcome. All right, NVIDIA, you're killing me. Killing me. Might get stopped out of VST, guys, unfortunately. But worth noting, look at the Qs and look at the SPY, both aiming lower. Let's see if we get our big break now on CRM. Target here, first partial is going to be 325. Let's call it 325, 60-ish. Unless we break through it pretty drastically, that's kind of where I'm looking for some potential resistance on the way down. Let's do that. Guys, here comes a break on Meta. Finally, took forever. Let's see a decent snap. Again, 614.30 would be awesome. I wouldn't be mad if we got a little more. You know, maybe down here to 612 would be great. Watch the Qs and the SPY, guys. They're getting heavy. Okay, we're going to probably get stopped out of VST. I have a hard stop there. That's unfortunate. You know, we got paid a little bit, but I didn't take a big enough partial for it to, you know, offset this drop here. So we're nearly out of the VST trade. We might get stopped out if it happens. Bummer. Market seem to be rolling over. Still in the NVIDIA trade to the upside. Guys, watch out for Meta. We should get the break right now. I'm watching price action on it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it, buyers. Get out of here. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, no. 4 monitors made as a 40-inch. Nice. Yeah, you know, a while ago, I bought these obnoxious curved 49-inch monitors with a G9 Samsungs or something like that. I saw them and I was like, oh man, those would be so cool. What a, you know, nice setup that would make. They are a nightmare to set up. They're super heavy. Like the mounting brackets you got to buy from are like custom, or not custom, but you know, they're like a little more expensive because they're quote unquote heavy duty. I mean, it's just, I wouldn't recommend getting the curved ones. Just flat monitors are fine. I used to have, I'd have 6 of these like wide 29-inch, like I think they were LG or Samsungs, I think they're LGs. And those are perfect. They're like $150, you know, super light, easy to move around, super convenient from that perspective. And now I've got these, you know, big old honking 49-inch wide curved monitors that are just, I'm telling you, they're a bit of a disaster to mount. All right, guys. VST, we're out. CRM, we're printing. Meta, we're printing. NVIDIA, we're kind of down. We need Costco to tank. Yeah, Mark, I know. So I was actually contemplating doing them side by side as well, and it just like I like them stacked. I'm used to that. So normally, like I used to have basically three up top and 3 on the bottom. For the longest time, though, I did two, like basically a 4 square, and then I had one on each side lengthwise, and I really like that setup as well. So like turn vertically. And I'd have them running on 2 different computers. So basically I'd have my side monitors for all the macro stuff, and then my 4 main monitors for trading, and then, you know, charting basically. But now, because I've got these massive screens, I do that, like, so I have all at one time, like you guys can see it here, like I have tabs. So normally I've got 8 stocks that I look at, right? In this case, we're just keeping 4 because we took our trades this morning. But normally I've got 8 stocks to keep an eye on of things to trade. And then, sorry, give me a second. So always keeping an eye on 8. Then I have my heat map, right? So any time of day, no matter what you're doing, you know, I say if you're rolling with DVG and you're, you know, stylistically like, you know, emulating the behavior, I always start here. Like, yeah, you have screeners and all that other stuff. I mean, I look at that too, like pre-market. But if you're anytime during actual session, you should start here. What are markets doing? Where's money moving? What's happening? Right? I usually get rid of the 1% on either side to see where real money's moving, and then who's the real winners and losers today. We talked about MU this morning. We talked about Tesla. We talked about NVIDIA. So good news is we're on the names. PLTR, full transparency, I mean, I own quite a bit of that in my portfolio, so I don't really trade it that much, but I know a lot of people have been. But what's interesting is like PCAR, right? Like, how is PACCAR doing well? Like on transportation side of things. So it's a little peculiar as to why that's happening. I'm sure they maybe had news that I didn't know about. It's not a stock I trade normally, so I'm not disappointed there. But like when you do this, you can kind of get an idea of where money's moving. So I talked about energy or oil specifically and banks. So it's interesting to see, like, so Blackstone and BlackRock, no surprise that they're down. Why? Because it's tied around real estate. KB Homes is going to report this Thursday after close, and technically Thursday we're going to be closed as a holiday in memory of Jimmy Carter. So Thursday we won't be here, guys. Worth watching the markets though, or I should say the earnings reports. But like it's fascinating to me when you look here, and then you can start your trades, because then you have a pretty good idea of where money is flowing and flowing out of. And then we've got big chart. So I'm kind of sharing this for you. Was it Sunol? We do have multiple traders here, but you know, what was that? Let's see. Why still in NVIDIA? Wishful thinking, Rick. A glutton for punishment on NVIDIA today. It hurt me this morning, right on that drop right here. So we were holding on. We got to pop. I'm like, okay, this looks all right. Maybe we'll just, you know, bounce here and turn around and take off. At least try the VWAP, for crying out loud. And then I was like, all right, let me just put a hard stop right under here at 148.50. Boom. It just wiped me out. So I was like, okay, let's maybe give it another chance here down here at this, 142.5 area. And I wanted to see a pop over 142.90. We got it for like small moment in time. Realistically, we're kind of in that hard stop area, which is right here, bottom of this candle. I have it at 141.40 for my stop losses. Candidly, it's just not, I mean, it is a decent sized trade, but it's not like, and I didn't hit it for 2,000 shares or anything wild. It's just a, let's say regular, little bit bigger than regular size. Right now, guys, everything seems to be tipping its hat to the downside. So maybe look for names like Apple and Micron if you're looking to go long on the tech side of the house. Otherwise, let's look around for maybe some of the stronger stocks that might give a little back today. I know it sounds terrible to say out loud, but when I might actually short Tesla. I mean, we know 400 wants to be a level now, but it's been rejected 1, 2, 3 times, not to mention the initial breakdown. So if you ever want to short stocks, you short stocks that are beaten down, not moving up. You know, it seems counterintuitive. Sometimes you're like, oh, I want to buy the top. short it. No. You want to see a stock that's trending lower, like this, right? Like this. It got to our level. I want to see more. That could be a greed factor in this kind of mid morning session. But with CRM, like I really want to see at least this buyer get taken out right here. Because what happened here, the sellers gave up. So we had a big buyer, put in a candle, sellers give up, and we took off. And it's right at that level. So if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But that's kind of what I'm aiming for. So think about this being the level, want to break below it, and at least take out that full candle. Now we've got a full retest bearish move, which tells me we might, do like this. If we get the break, right? We go down to like here, and we bounce, and then we do this. Oh shoot. That's kind of the idea. Now we bounce and whatever, turn around, whatever. It is what it is. We'll probably get taken out of NVDA as well. This was by the way, so what was it, Rick? This is more of a hero trade because I heard Jensen was going to be on Bloomberg here, like right now as I took the trade. So like he literally jumped on Bloomberg and was hoping maybe you'd say something like, "Oh yeah, we're actually doing this and that, whatever." The one downside I think for investors was, so their Blackwell chip was like, or I think their RTX chip was $1,600, and the new Blackwell chip they're coming out with is starts at like $549. So I think that kind of shocked people on margins, like, oh my god, that's going to be, a third of the price. Like, how is that going to help margins, right? But they didn't realize that's the starting price because they got some of that are like, $2,000. So I think it was a subtle misstep, but the real problem with these types of events is buy the rumor, sell the news. You know what I mean? So I think there's a lot of anticipation leading up to this, which we saw baked into yesterday. And if you look at yesterday, I should say 2 days ago, where did the price start? I think what happened here is people forgot, or maybe if they didn't forget, they just purposely like waited for the last minute to go, oh yeah, CES is this week. Oh yeah, CES is coming up next week, isn't it? Oh, I totally forgot about it. Buy NVIDIA because his keynote's going to be Jensen. Boom, big move up. So now seeing this retrace back to these levels, it's not that big of a surprise. Now if we start seeing it break down below this 139 area, yeah, then we downward trend. So yeah, that is, yeah. So we're there pretty much. It's probably not going to work out, unfortunately, but that's okay. We have CRM working. Let's see if we can get Meta to break down. Again, so with CRM, this is take out this candle. That's what I'd like to see, and then see it kind of bounce. I'll pay myself right around this area anyways. Bounce up to this level, fail, and then I'll let the rest run to break new lows. That's the plan on CRM. I just really hope we don't, find that buyer again. He picks them up and starts bouncing here. It very well could happen. I could trim here, but I'm watching the SPY and I'm watching the Qs and they're aiming lower. I'm watching Meta aiming lower, NVIDIA aiming lower, Netflix aiming lower. So can we bounce? Sure, but I'm going to see if, I'm going to count the charts to play out. I'm also watching Tesla. Very, very tempted, guys, to like hit this thing for big share size, but it's so volatile today. I'm kind of nervous. Maybe just a nibble. What do you guys think? We'll test the trade. All right, I'm gonna have to take a small partial off of this guy, guys. We'll wait just a little longer. There we go. There's a little push through on CRM. Let's get a little bit bigger break. There we go. Here comes Meta. Here comes CRM. I think this could be it. This could be it, y'all. If we see the SPY break, it's literally at its anchored VWAP right now. If we break underneath that, 588.79 next target, which then puts the Qs probably down in the 514.92 as a target. This is the trouble with these mid-morning sessions, guys. I'm going to take a little bit off of CRM, pay myself something. NVIDIA took us out. Darn it. Okay. I was looking for the NVIDIA position, like, hey, where is it? Where'd it go? And it took us out a while ago, a couple minutes ago. Guys, we're now seeing it reflect in MU. We're seeing it in Apple now. The two big strong names on the tech side are now kind of aiming lower. Kind of wondering what growth names do. Let's look at like MongoDB. Yikes. Snowflake. Oof. Datadog. Yeah, no. What about Unity? Yikes. UPST. This could be a fun one to watch, guys. UPST in the next, like, I don't know, month or so. I think it's going to be harder to borrow money in general in 2025. Especially for consumers, which at some point will have charge-offs, probably, which will impact the banks, which will even further impact rates. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. And again, it's somewhat speculative, but until we have confirmation of the new administration, kind of their plans, the way things sit right now, that's what they look like. So I think, you know, short term, banks might see a pop, but ultimately a drop. So it could be like, you know, investors going, hey, you know, I bought in at, you know, 252 on JPM. Let's get up at 248. So I'm going to take a little bit of a loss, but let's not take a 8-point loss. Let's take a 4-point loss. I think banks got a chance to potentially lift short term, but I think long term, we have an interesting paradigm happening. Bond yields higher. Dollar is now, you know, it was getting stronger, and markets were also higher. So there's usually one of those have an inverted relationship, and all three were kind of going the same direction, and people were scratching their head going, how the heck is going, what's happening here? That's where my head was at. And then Barkin came out on, what was it, Friday or Monday? Can't remember. It kind of changed it all, right? Just by whispering a couple things into the market's ear, like, hey, listen, basically, it's our job at the Fed to essentially prop up markets. Excuse me? So that was, yeah, Friday. So we were kind of stabilizing at that 514.92 level. We talked about it earlier on the Qs. And then right when that call happened, or when they start, you know, market started speaking, I think it was around maybe 11 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. I could go back and look, but I'm pretty certain it was around 11 o'clock. And if you look at the charts, right at 11 o'clock, what happened? Markets did a complete U-turn, just took off. And it's because in not so many words, it was like, hey, the Fed's job is to make sure the markets stay propped up. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but, you know, we saw it reflected in the markets. We saw a big push. We held above the 50% retrace from Jerome Powell's speech. And now we are getting back to the 514.92 zone, frankly, because I think people are concerned about what the new administration is actually going to do. Like, it's one thing to say, hey, our plan is to do these three things, but you're not technically in office yet. So there's the optimism, but then there's the uncertainty, like, hey, well, what do these tariffs really mean? And I think, Trade Tricks, are you still here? No. Maybe, no. Tratrix was asking the question about like what is tariffs, and I think I shared that. I don't know, a week and a half ago. But it'll have an interesting impact on inflation without a doubt. So inflation is not a bad thing for markets. A weak dollar is not a bad thing for markets, but it's important right now. We have to look at two things. Forex, like currency markets, are going to matter a lot. Interest rates are going to matter a lot. Guys, I really need to see CRM breakdown now, like in the next 2 minutes. Same with Meta. 2 minutes. If we don't break down, I'm going to trim up. So yeah, there's just a lot to digest in the next 3 weeks. And I really think the next 3 months is going to really have a big determining factor on how the year looks. I mean, that seems like almost like a duh comment, but it's not. We've had an incredible strong market, like incredibly strong. But I do think that in the next 3 months, that could make or break things. Like right now, it feels like a lot of stocks are priced perfectly or kind of in the best case scenario, even like names like Tesla. You know, if you actually look at kind of how they were priced on their stock at like 450, 460, that baked in like basically 2 years of 100% on target growth across all their business lines. And it was like baked into the price. So again, it's not a bad thing to be forward looking that way, but at what point does that valuation kind of lose its merit and people start going, you know what, maybe I will take some off. I made 50, 60% of my money. Anyway. You know, I wonder sometimes, it's hard to provide a perspective because it's, anytime you share an opinion, it's easy to get criticized for it, right? That's part of, why we're here. You got to at least have a stance on things. But does it help talking about that stuff, or at least, provide a different perspective? And if you guys have a different perspective too, like, please share it. I mean, we're here as a community to kind of share ideas. And, heck, the other day I was talking about the idea of blasting nuclear waste into rockets into space. Someone's like, hey, what happens if the rocket blows up? Like, well, yeah, that would be a big problem. Oh, what was that? Sorry, guys, give me a second. No, I guess it was just snow coming off the rooftop. Okay, we talked about it 2 minutes on the CRM. Now's the time. Need to see a break. Snap down. If it doesn't, I will trim it. Take a partial. No exposure. So, if I were to buy NVIDIA again, I'd have to hold it for a while. Like a week. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like I'm looking at these levels on NVIDIA and it's tracking back to, again, the big pop on Friday. Where I think everybody was like, oh my God, CES is next week. I totally forgot about it. And then it drove the price up. I'm pretty confident that's what happened. Well, guys, look, I'm going to trim up CRM, trim up Meta, frankly, because I just want to call it a day. But you guys have been great. Appreciate y'all. I'll be here tomorrow morning at the open. I'm going to keep an eye on markets here into the afternoon session. I'll probably pop back in around, I don't know, maybe 1:30 or 2. But I probably won't be joining the crew here. We'll see. I'm not sure if Scott's planning to join. I think around 3 o'clock today. But Good news is, y'all, it's going to happen. We're going to start making more videos. So if you guys have suggestions of the type of content you want to see, maybe it's a recap, maybe it's, hey, here's trades that we took effectively, during the day, please share your feedback, right? We want to help provide context that you guys appreciate or want. Sometimes I've been asking the question, like, do you guys like the rants, the ideas on the macro, micro, and economic outlooks? Is that helpful, or is it kind of like, hey, DVG, we don't need to hear it from you. We got Bloomberg for that. I mean, that kind of stuff is helpful to know. Excuse me. Yeah, Nvidia was a tough one, but frankly, once it broke below this 148 and never looked back, it's hard to buy the dip. It's dangerous, especially, like, I know it's worked for a lot of people, but when you have limit low, it's hard to go counter trend. I tried it. Am I going to get excited off of making 20 cents on that? No. So why play the game? Sorry to hear that, Son. I know it happens. It does happen, though, unfortunately. So we just turned up CRM, turned up Meta. Have both these to the downside at the moment. I'm going to keep an eye on banks, and let's keep an eye on oil stocks, guys. They're slow movers, hard to trade. You can swing them, right? So, like, right now I've got a swing trade in CVX, and we started at 143, added at 144, added at 147. Target was 150. I took some off today. It was tough seeing it happen yesterday. I missed it. I'm like, it's all right. Maybe it'll bounce here and take off. And then I saw it dip to 147. I'm like, scratch my head going, man, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? Pay yourself first. But it's a swing trade. So now that we got up to the 150 print, it happened again today. I'm like, I'm not going to let it happen twice. So we took some off here, got paid on CVX. I don't really count that towards my day trade bucket. I'm kind of using it as like a separate, so I'm going to go through the journals. It's a separate category. But with that, keep an eye on your heat maps. Again, I kind of like Lily. Let's see what it does in this consolidation. 774 area could be an interesting trade. 77450. It's right there. Bam. Ooh. What to do? What to do? Give me a second. I may take that trade before I leave for the day. Let's just send all the other thing too. Obviously, it's your mind, do what you want, but we do try to instill some good habits. If you take a trade, usually in the morning, a lot of times Scott and I will be here first thing in the morning, along with Aggie, and we usually wrap it up around 11:30, maybe noon. I'm staying a little extra today, but it's frank because what I've been noticing as of late is big institutional investors are stepping in literally after around 12:40. They're starting to show up, and then the last hour of the day. So, guys, I think I'm going to take Lily here. Small size. 773. 60. And if we get above 775, 50, maybe I'll add, I don't know. Again, this is a real small size here. But so that's the only reason I've been kind of hanging out a little bit longer than normal today. Normally, both Scott and I are out of here by 11:30. But we are growing the community. We are trying to create content that's relevant for you guys and helpful for you all. So please share that feedback. But in the meantime, keep an eye on where's the money moving to today, and easiest way to do that, use your heat maps, right? Doesn't always have to be tech names. So anyhow, with that, guys, I will see you tomorrow at the Open. Cheers. God bless.